It's
Yeah.
like, she's like, I think right now. He's like,
driving right now, you sound drunk. Like, I mean, it's just, you know. So, I don't know.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I guess it's because I don't drive too much. And I guess it's just, you know, my lifestyle. Like Trevor doesn't drink anymore, and I really only drink a glass of wine here or there, or gin and tonic here and there. So it's just not my lifestyle. But if it's something that's really impacting your city detrimentally, I totally can see why you want to make these changes and enforcements.
Yeah, I mean, the second you get to the bottom of my hill where I live, you have like, I mean, within like a quarter of a mile radius, you have like 7 or 8 liquor stores. How many do you fucking need? You have bars that are down the Hollywood Boulevard. You have hotels that have their own bars. You know, you have a Target. You have grocery stores. I mean, how many more liquor stores? There's one place where there are 2 liquor stores in the same damn parking lot, owned by 2 different people. It's gotten to the point of just it's exhausting. You know, and then you see all these
in these areas too that are poor, impoverished, probably already, you know, broken down by drug epidemics and domestic violence and things. And if you look on the blocks here in New York City, across the street,
this is $600,000. I thought in fact ordinance, and I'm not really sure about.
I don't know, the same kind of stigma, stereotypes, Chinese, I don't know. It is an issue.
and like, you know, you go to Beverly Hills, you know, you go to Delaware, no liquor stores. You know, you go out to Calabasas, no liquor stores.
You need to see Dallas.
48. I know it looks like it's gonna weigh like, you know, 700 grams. It's very like 48 grams, my friend. Gold is 44.56. 44.56. One appears 48.
I'm not getting it.
It's not like it's here, but not that here.
Tell me why
$33 a gram times 28. Well, my friend, $6,384. This is $6,000.
This is why they don't. This is why they don't ID.
I'm not done.
Because they say,
I'm not done. This is to show you that I understand media is not only not old, but is also not ugly.
well, she is like 1,000 years old, so I don't know. But it's like relative to vampire years. But I was gonna say maybe this is why they don't ID her, because they go, excuse your ID, and then she lifts her sunglasses up and flashes her lizard eyes, and they go, oh, I'm so sorry.
Whatever you want, ma'am.
Yeah, but it is also in a place where they don't have these same, well, I mean, people like to drink in Florida, but they don't necessarily have a liquor store in every damn corner.
Yeah.
Do you feel better now, Adams? That Edie and I are not really fighting.
No, you're fine. I'm just in traffic. I'm trying to keep my peace.
Absolutely. I mean, you came in pretty hot with that. I don't know, are you an alcoholic and this is why the food service is
Right?
I
What
did.
the fuck is going on?
She's lucky I didn't choose violence this morning when I woke up.
She can handle herself.
So today is the first day that they opened the subway that goes from downtown to Beverly Hills.
What? That's amazing.
Yeah, so we'll see. Traffic is a little bit lighter, but it is a Friday, so.
What's it called?
I had no idea they were even creating that.
The D line?
Yeah.
Getting on the D? I'm so happy to do that.
That's so cool.
Well, I think it's going to be funny. All those stuffy people in Beverly Hills, it's like, welcome to what we have to deal with in Hollywood Hills. All those people are going to have access to Rodeo Drive. Y'all are going to be getting chased out of ballet. All those homeless people are going to make their way over to your side of town, and then now you're going to have to force to deal with the issue. So I think it's going to be funny. Like, it's like Park Avenue never had any subway access, and then now.
Beverly's gonna be pissed.
Yeah, you're gonna be getting people going through your trash cans in the Beverly Hills flats.
Easily accessible now. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's a nice subway station though. Looks
All
nice
you
and
people
clean.
with showers outside your pools.
That must suck though, to be in California and find a homeless person in your pool.
You'll be coming home, some freaking homeless person's showering and washing her twat in your pool shower. Welcome to our reality. Goodness. I can't wait. But yeah, no, it's fun for me, girl. You know, I've held on a very positive attitude. I'm not leaving, you know.
You'll be what?
You will be here.
Speak over what?
Speak over yourself.
Encourage what?
Encourage yourself.
Where? In the Lord.
In the Lord.
What a blessing.
I'm about to throw the Bible.
Who was that? This
Don't throw the Bible.
At the end.
The doors of the church are closed at this time. No ushers, close the doors. No movement, no movement, no movement. No movement. Have a seat, have a seat. Y'all ready for tithes and offering? Please get your get your seed in your hand. Amen. I'm gonna bless this.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
Get
shut up.
what did you say? Get what in your hand?
Get the seed. Prepare this.
I recommend if you get the seed in your hand, you go right to the sink. You don't want it to get all over the room. So if you ever have seed in your hand, just you want to wipe that off because it begins to smell over time. Just get rid of the seed right away. That's,
Really?
yeah, you don't want seed in your hand. Yeah.
Well, you gotta harvest it.
Oh my God.
Well,
I just
problem-
caught that. Jesus Christ.
Harvesting seed for some of us
Oh Lord.
is we're too old to have more kids. So a lot of time you harvest the seed in an egg and then harvest, and then the fruit is a niglet. I'm post niglets.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Well, Jesus never did that. Although there's a lost book of the Bible that suggests that Jesus may have in fact had
Just
children.
chill, sis.
Because when I say something, it's you know what? You male-centered, upholding patriarchy people is fine. It's fine.
Okay, let's just stay on the river.
Yeah.
Let's not go.
Y'all are.
Sure. Who would like to speak?
No, go ahead.
No, just asked to speak. Go ahead, Jess.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, ladies first.
He's giving it to you, Brooklyn. He's giving it to you. Go ahead, take it.
I just wanted to say when y'all was doing the praise session of this portion of this segment, y'all know how the chat suggests rooms to go in. It was a Christian space that you could come chill. Came up. I thought that was cool. Okay, yeah.
This was like, I guess this is like news. Did y'all see the White House put out their 2026 counterterrorism plan, or at least like I guess like their bullet points of what they plan to focus on as it relates to counter terrorist threats that they deemed to the United States?
No, I'm too busy looking.
You want to share?
Alien fire.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll put it in the chat. The ones, I mean, the main three that they're claiming are, let's see, it was on page 3, says, identify terror actors and plot that happen. I'm sorry, that's wrong page. Narco-terrorists and transnational gangs, legacy Islamist terrorists, and then the funny one, violent left extremists, including anarchists and anti-fascists. So those are the top 3 terroristic threats that the White House has deemed on their high priority list, and those are the ones they plan to focus on within the coming part of the administration. And I put the document in the chat. It's like 16-page thing where they kind of like go over like what they identify as such. They're calling like the left-wing extremists the people who like killed Charlie Kirk, and it goes on to talk about like their some of their efforts and how they blew up like the drug cartels in the sea, and then that military operation they did in Africa, specifically in Nigeria with I think it was ISIS. But yeah, so just kind of going over all those things, and I thought it was interesting. But really, what stuck out to me was just the left-wing extremists and the anti-fascists, because I thought being anti-fascist was good in America, but I don't know.
Alan, why do you think Dem donators funded the Charleston, Virginia militia? How did you come to that conclusion, sir?
Oh, we know how. That's just old bullshit talking points that we already went over weeks ago. This is the SPLC stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's already been, like, look it up. Like, anyway, you look it up, bro. We already talked about it.
I think they were in court yesterday for the first time. Did y'all talk about the White House releasing the room today, the space files, extraterrestrial files or something? There's like a cute little moniker that they have for the.
So it's the TLDR.
What is TLDR?
Oh. Too long didn't read. Oh, you don't know that? Okay.
No, I'm over 50 years of age. No, I'm not reading it. It's just like they dump all those files. I put the link in the chat earlier. If anybody wants to look at it. Apparently, Trump said that they were gonna. They wanted more transparency about aliens and everything that the feds had on aliens. And then they're also going to release the information about extraterrestrials. So it's every time I see something with war.gov, I just crack up. So I'll put it in the chat. It's war.gov.ufo. Pretty sure somebody will put it in chat GPT and So this is what Obama was talking about when he was on that, was he on Jimmy Kimmel or something recently? And he kind of said there's no little green men. And then I think, what's his name? The black guy, Neil. He kind of poo-pooed the whole thing. Like, there's nothing really that's going to come out of it. But there it is, if anybody wants to look at the UFO files that they're releasing.
Well, so there's no takers on the alien thing. I see Wayne Brady went after Bill Maher. How do you say his name? Maher? Saying he's a racist. Bill Maher. Okay.
Wait, isn't that an old story? I mean, he is a racist, but I thought Wayne Brady went after him a while ago.
Oh, was it a while ago? Let me see. It says 9 hours
ago. You should keep going after him, but Oh,
Says,
maybe it was just
comic Wayne Brady unloads on Bill Maher. Maher. How you say that?
Ma.
Meyer.
Sorry, it's a Boston accent. Ma.
Maher. Okay, whatever. Over jokes about Obama. So he made jokes about Obama, I guess, recently or something.
Yes, he racist. He dated Superhead.
Who?
Bill Maher.
Bill Maher?
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, he was
Still
so.
racist in that time.
I'm being facetious, people. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, it's raining, but I was making a joke.
All right, so let me just take a moment out for a minute. We're coming up on the 12 o'clock hour. Yes, it is Friday. Today is May 8th, 2026. It is Mother's Day weekend. If you haven't already gone out and got your mothers, wives, sisters, cousins, nieces, whatever, flowers, then maybe you might want to do that. Think ahead. But if you would pay attention to the pinned item here, if you click on it, that is an X before the crash. That means no crash out Friday. This week has been absolutely different. That's the word I'll use. I'll use different. A lot of different characters came to visit us, and the ghost of crash outs was amongst us. So today, before we started, the stage has been blessed. And I just wanted to say happy Friday to everyone. I hope this day finds you well. Please come in with a positive attitude and an open mind and a kind heart. And have a wonderful day. If I don't see you or speak to you anymore today, I want to make sure I say that before we move forward. Yeah, I didn't know anything about. I'm sorry. I do recall him kind of messing with her. Now, are you saying that they were in a dating relationship, or were they just screwing?
No, they were out and about. I think there was the only weirder relationship I saw was 50 Cent and Chelsea. That was also an odd. Do y'all remember that? That was, yeah. They looked both quite happy together, actually.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So, Marr joked in 2010 that rather than making fun of Obama for being a gangster, he was President Wayne Brady. Huh? Brady spoke to Sarah Jones on her podcast, America, Who Hurt You, where they discussed Dave Chappelle calling out Marr in his latest comedy special, The Whose Line Is It Anyway? Star flat out said the HBO host. So I don't even know what's going on between or behind the scenes on this thing. So yeah, I guess this is something they just won't keep coming at the one forward. I don't know. In other news, seems like a friend of Cynthia Bailey, who is a fashion designer, Keith Brewster, he has passed away. Does anybody know that designer? He's gone. He went on to glory. Guess nobody knows.
It's Hurricane.
Oh, you think Hurricane might know? Why are you always putting Hurricane in the midst of this? He doesn't want to be a part of that.
He's fashion, isn't he?
Yeah, so that doesn't mean
No, he's opera.
But that's the Real Housewives. I don't think Hurricane watches the Real
Oh, I
Housewives.
didn't know that was Real House.
Yeah,
That
isn't
was
she?
just a fashion.
The designer? Wait a minute,
Isn't she on the
Cynthia
Real?
Bailey was a supermodel.
Yeah, but she's on the Real Housewives of
Housewives of
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
but
that's
she's
her-
talking about a designer who passed away, and like she was talking, she was sad about that. So the designer only designed for Real Housewives of Atlanta?
No, but that's been like her recent notoriety, like for what, the last decade or so?
But the emphasis is on the actual person who passed, which is the designer.
Oh, okay. Because they have those guys that are just on the show. But may he rest in.
What's his name again? First name?
What are you doing?
Child, you would ask me that. I'm assuming, you know, I would mess up the name. Kithe Brewster.
Funny. My
You're funny.
Another one bites the dust. So is that Keith Brewster?
Brewer. Rewewer. That's what it should be.
No, it's Brewster. I'm looking. It's is it Keith Brewster? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm looking it up. I'm looking at Women's Wear Daily 2015. BREWST? Yeah, like Brewster's Millions. Yeah.
Oh, this MZ article got his name spelled wrong.
I'm looking at TMZ as well. It's BRE.
Y'all look at the headline. Go look at the in the article. In the article, it says something completely different.
So this is from it does. Yeah, the headline says Brewster, but then when you click on it, it says Brewer.
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I came up, because I was reading it as you were reading it, and I was like, wait a minute, it's two different names here. Okay, go ahead.
But you see the headline says Brewster.
Yeah, and in the link as well. Yeah.
As soon as you click inside of it, it says Brewer. So I don't know. Did he drop the S and the T? I don't know. No, his name is Doe. I see it. I guess he was in New York Fashion Week 2016, and this is from Women's Wear Daily. From 2015, I guess he did a Ready to Wear collection. It's 2016, but I've never heard of him, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, he rests in power.
TMZ wrong.
They've been making a lot of they labeled somebody else wrong and people were making fun of them. I can't remember who, but yeah, they were like, y'all need to hire some new black people or something. Not to misspell the man's name.
Yeah, that's
I'm pretty
crazy.
sure Cynthia spelled it. That's great.
It sounded like the editor was asleep.
There was a show, I think Dana Bash, she spoke with Keisha Lance. Is Keisha Lance Bottoms?
Yeah.
People are missing Joe Biden more and more each day.
I don't want to hear that.
He endorsed her. She worked in his White House, and he endorsed her. She's running for governor, and will probably be the what's the call?
Nominee
for governor. Yeah.
Governor in Georgia.
I mean, not probably. I mean, almost certainly. Yeah.
Does she have a shot at winning?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I like her. I've never heard anybody from Atlanta say bad things about her. All right. Well, my piece was just shot down, so I'm not going to say anything else.
You said she was on it last
Yeah,
time.
but did you hear somebody say I don't want to hear that? So I'm gonna shut.
No,
But Spiritus always
that's
says
not
stuff.
about that. No, it wasn't about. It was about people saying, "Oh, I missed Joe Biden," like that. Weird. What the conversation was about that. Just the part about Joe Biden. People saying,
Y'all know
"I missed Joe Biden."
Spiritus brain glitches. This was a glitch.
We do miss Joe Biden. I miss Joe Biden. Now people saying we miss Barack come back to the White House. I think they need to move forward, but that was just last administration.
People let my brain glitch too. We've been saying they miss Joe
Why are
Biden.
you whispering?
While at the office.
Oh,
while
when it's
for
on mute.
years. Well, hold on. Can I just finish my statement? While 4 years you were getting on Joe Biden's case, and now they decide this is Democrats, this is Republicans, this is Independents. That's all on you done.
Yeah, but not the person who said that. The person who said that worked for him the entire 4 years. I didn't know she was in. It's a good thing that people are speaking like that in favor of Joe Biden, because now Trump and them trying to blame. Nigga, do you not hear me talking?
No.
Fuck you know. Anyway, as of late, the Epstein administration has been blaming Joe Biden for the Iran thing, the gas prices, and everything. So I think that it's good that they're speaking good towards him. Why you know what? Like freedom. I bet Teff is a mechanic and he smokes like cigars. Just saying. It sound like he's saying, now you know what's wrong, Radana, what you got? I'm sorry, So I'm just putting out random things. I don't know if this is true or not, or if this is happening now, or just recently. It says Tennessee Democrats burn Confederate flag in dramatic walkout over redistricting. Did y'all have that?
Yeah. Can I ask you where that source was? Because I saw the video. It was literally like somebody printed on a Xerox piece of paper the Confederate flag and they burned it. When I tell you it wasn't a flag, it was the size of 8.5 by 11. Okay? And they want to go on about like this flag that's planted on some racist lawn. That's not what happened. It was a little postage stamp that they burned at the Capitol, and then he stamped it out. But it did look pretty dramatic. Like the picture that I saw, and I think it was Justin Pearson, First Lady. I really like that young man. He is going to go very, very far. His name is Justin Jones. Justin Jones, I'm sorry. He like him. I like his strength. I like his power. I like his defiance. So he basically stood there in the midst of all of that racism and hatred, and it was like a PDF. Like he printed it and he lit his match and he just kind of stood up and like, this is what I think about this. And did y'all see the video? Well, it says, wait a minute, Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones burned a paper depicting the Confederate flag after a new redistricting map aimed at unseating the state's last Democratic representative.
Was talking about Representative Pearson, the one with the afro, right?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even catch that. Thank you, Black Struggle, because I was like, wait, maybe that is his name. Yeah.
You were right.
Okay, yeah, Pearson. And of course, I like him. He's smart and he's Black. You should try it. And of course, I love Black men. That is correct. So yes, I love him, actually. I don't just like him. But did y'all see the... Well, wait a minute. That's changing the subject, because I don't know how you got on Pearson, because this guy's name is Justin Jones, and I was talking about the flag, but then Pearson. So who's Pearson again? Justin Pearson is...
Yeah, he's the other Tennessee rep. Yeah, they're both Tennessee reps. I think that's why the confusion. Justin Jones is the. I don't know if he's Black and Filipino, but he's the representative. He was the current representative for Nashville, but he's been I think his seat's been drawn out.
Yeah.
And then Pearson's seat is the last one that just got drawn out. So they're the only two.
Which one is the one that's running to primary Cohen?
Nope.
Which one is
Oh, wait, my bad. Which one burned the flag? Because weren't they both there?
Probably.
Oh,
So Justin Jones, sorry if I'm echoing y'all. So Justin Jones is the one that burned the flag. Justin Pearson is the one that's trying to unseat Cohen. But that won't happen. Sorry, I'm echoing y'all. I'm talking to a huddle room. Okay, so here's like a quick version of what's happening, if you don't mind me sharing this, First Lady. I don't want to get us off track from the paper burning yesterday. But a number of...
It's okay. You don't have to apologize. You know you wear a slit. Who wears a slit?
He's so refined. I love Tiffany's voice.
Listen, I was proud. I was given, civil rights icon yesterday. Okay. Anyway, so what has been happening in Tennessee for a while is that they have been redrawing all of these districts very quietly, but it's been really tricky in how they do it. So you'll probably hear a lot about London Lamar. Her district was redrawn a couple years ago to put her against Tory Harris, and then a couple of other districts were redrawn like that. So with this whole piece of, I think some of the Dems knew they were going to attempt to redraw the maps, which is another reason that Justin Pearson was going to basically try to unseat Cohen. A number of things that happened here with XAI and all that. So a lot of the talk has been around the fact that in Tennessee, the only blue dots in Tennessee that exist, if you go and look, are in Nashville and in Memphis. Memphis is the majority black city. So basically, they are trying to go back to some older rent districts and would basically, it wouldn't erase the black vote. I just think it would essentially, it would make us Republican forever. It would make it really difficult with the voter turnout for us to be able to ever go back to being a Democratic city. So, for example, we just had primaries, and only 18% of the vote came out for primaries. So, knowing that we already have low voter turnout and how they're redrawing the maps, it would make us basically more power would go to the rural part of the district, which would make us a Republican district. So Pearson is essentially going to have to drop out. So we have another guy, his name is like Brett Todd or something. He's basically like a community college graduate who was I think he's in Nashville. He's now decided that he wants to go against Cohen. So there's no way Justin's going to win against Cohen because it's too big of a fight. We can't lose the only representation we've already had because they're just going to basically say he's a young guy. He's a young kid with an afro. Nobody wants to be represented by a black man, especially now that we have a chance for us to have a Republican, district. So it's about to get ugly. It's really frustrating. But yes, Justin Jones and London and a couple others led a walkout. I love the signs that say "Kill the Klan." It was very direct, but they led a walkout. Justin Jones burned truly a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was a Confederate flag. He probably could have gotten a real one because they're literally everywhere here. But I think he also didn't want to get arrested because if you remember, the Justins were also kicked out. They were censured 2 years ago. So it's a hot mess here in Tennessee. And people have said Memphis should leave the state. And I was like, I don't think that's going to work. But that's a whole nother situation. But it's just been ugly and ridiculous here the last couple of days.
Tiffany, with the district where Memphis is, like, isn't that like being stretched out by like 300 miles? And like, read something where like, I mean, you had said it's gonna be stretched out to like rural areas, but I heard like it's as large as like 300 miles inward the state. Is that accurate?
So I still haven't. I keep just seeing like screenshots of the map. I haven't actually seen a map, so I'm trying to get my hands on an actual map so I can look at it. But so there's I can't think of the name of the county, but the county, like literally, the people are missing teeth, don't even have a chance at life. We would be grouped in with them. But it is a really wide district from what I've been told. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then it would even split in some neighborhood. From what I was told, it would split some neighborhoods right down the middle. Like really one side of the street would be in one district and another would be in the other.
I think I put it in the chat. Is that it, Tiffany? So it says U.S. Congress districts adopted May 7th. But look at how they've split up that green. Okay, so I see the 1, 2. I think it's 9 that people were saying was the weird one. Is that? That is crazy. Look at 5. You know what? Yes, that's
the parts of that same society we want to maintain this.
No, but you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I actually agree with Brother Mark.
So men, so let's say in a society where you're not suing for, you're not civil rights for like all men. Men all have them already. So let's say like a pre-suffrage society, a pre-women suffrage society. You have men who have equal rights. There could still be aggravating factors in a case where a man is a man. And I'm saying, okay, well, the intuition you want to play on now is, hey, in this egalitarian society, it seems like there's something wrong if, like, when a man beats up a woman viciously, we don't think that's an egregious crime. No, you still can in a feminist society. You still can in a completely equitable society. You still can, because we're not concerned with like everybody being seen as the exact same persons. They're all facsimiles of one another. What we're concerned with is that everybody
Right,
has
that's what I'm
basic
talking
rights.
about. Listen to the signal again. The man the woman who takes her cart and slams it into the back of my leg. Don't I also have rights? Don't I have these?
You actually don't. You're actually not allowed to beat her up. You're not allowed to beat her up. I don't know if you know that. You're not allowed to violently.
And why not? And why not?
Because it's illegal. Exactly. Right. But you can't do it to a man either. You can't do it if it's a man either.
No, I'm not talking about it.
Another woman I for doing that.
Stop. I have the right to have legal protection just like the person who's the actual aggressor.
I think it's easy to. I think we expect others to operate based upon our moral framework, and that's just not reality. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it kind of goes both ways, right? I think people who have an inclination to sort of be immoral tend to project that onto other people.
Yep.
In the same way that people who are good and decent people assume other people will be good and decent.
Aww.
Well, and you just never know what that person's going through. They could be dealing with some depression that's causing them to get fat, lack motivation, or maybe that's what, who knows what the chicken before the egg with that, but everybody's got their own story they're going through. Just never know. I'm not saying we shouldn't have ideal, this is the ideal scenario. I just think we have a tendency to, if you walk around expecting others to adhere to your moral framework, you will be disappointed. And you will get an attitude about you that is not humble. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we were just resonating on what you said because it was so true. Yeah.
Mic drop.
We agree.
Okay.
Yeah, we agree. Period.
Yeah, I mean, I hear Keegan, and though I don't disagree with what he's saying, I see this in my best friend too. I see her do it all the time, and I want to shake her out of it because it causes her so much.
What is she getting a little matrixy, FYI?
You see her doing what all the time, though? I'm confused. Wanting to look good for other people?
No, not just that. No, more like just from my perspective, it's like she can't just shake things off and give grace as easily.
Tips, or is it me?
I probably am.
Cheers.
Oh, it's just you, Jason.
Like, I think if you have that mentality, you don't give grace as easily.
What are you talking about, though? What are you talking about? When you don't have that, what do you mean?
When you don't walk around expecting others to always mold themselves and adhere to your moral framework, like that, you will end up being the type of person that has a hard time giving grace.
And is she hunting his banner?
Oh, Doris, are you in the Matrix one?
Yeah, I was about to say,
I
wait.
found it. Found out what happened now.
It's you, boo. I think right now it would be a great break for water.
But I think Holly
Water
and
would be
Keegan.
good, yeah.
I think Holly and Keegan are making two different points, though. Holly is making the point about people kind of being stuck in that mindset of expecting people to act and operate based on their own individual moral framework, which I get and I agree with. Keegan's point was that it's important that you stay desirable to everyone in the event that your marriage doesn't work out or you're widowed. And I just think it's silly to live in a framework where you feel like you have to maintain being desirable to everybody. I think you should maintain being desirable for your partner. I think you should maintain yourself for your health. I don't think it has anything to do with everybody else around you.
I mean, devil's advocate, if you think that your wife has a similar sense of desire to the general population, then I guess you could make a claim that by staying desirable to the general population, you're staying desirable to your wife. But I don't understand why you wouldn't just like fast track that and figure out what your wife finds desirable specifically.
I do agree with what Keegan's saying there. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. I like you, Keegan. I like Keegan a lot. I was simply making an observation that I do hear you, and I feel, I guess I'm making the point that I know you're still young too, and I just hear people doing this, and I just think myself up for a lot of stress. Walking around thinking people shouldn't do certain things. It's just, it's too much.
Oh, you're saying you might not, you don't know if you agree or disagree, or maybe you do agree with my worldview, but it's that I shouldn't have this expectation for everyone.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yes, that's exactly.
You know, listen, I do think I run into the idea that idealistic, that my worldview is the best worldview, which maybe is a young thing, maybe it's my ideology, but I understand. But I also, it kind of stems to we had a discussion in Chillism thing about Karens, and I said I actually think Karens are a good thing. Like, I think most Karens are good for society, right? They're trying to keep order, right? And our society has become more and more chaotic. We've lost more and more public decorum for each other. And I think that a lot of Karens are just saying, like, I saw a video that was like a Karen, like, on a hike. It was kind of a busy hiking trail. You see, like, over, like, 10, 50 people cross you. And, that right there is a pretty busy hiking trail. If you see over 15, 20 people cross you in the matter of about a 5-minute clip. And this group of, like, I think it was like 3 people are hiking there playing loud music. And she's like, hey, I don't want to listen to your guys' music. Do you guys mind turning down your music? And they're like, oh, what are you, a Karen? She got like, and she's like, oh, don't do that to me. Like, come on. And they get like a little argument, and they just end up turning up their music and walking away from her and being like, what a Karen. And, they're recording her. But, I'm like, I kind of agree with her. Like, she's just saying, hey, like, and I understand the idea of like, just let them be. They're not harming anybody. But I also think there's something about like trying to be like, hey guys, like, we all live in this society. We all live in, you guys are my community, and like, let's just all respect each other, and kumbaya crap.
It was very shocking earlier hearing how
how hard it was for people to hear that message. It was really concerning for me, you know. I don't think that we're being an authority figure to each other if we remind each other, you know, crowding around me at the ice cream line and I say, hey, buddy, there's a line here. You might say, oh, sorry. Okay, thanks. You might just get in line. It could be as simple as that. It doesn't have to be, I'm going to stab you in the heart like Carmela.
Yeah, I feel like that's where my like ideology comes from. Is like, you know, I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I, you know, without doubt, like have these like all or nothing ideology where it's like you should do this, you need to do this, or it's harmful, and maybe I'm wrong, whatever. But I think it stems from the ideology of like the Karen ideology. I have a Karen ideology. I am someone who, when I see disruptive behavior in public, I will call them out. I will say something. I'm not someone to be like, oh, like it's whatever. Like, you know, I go, oh, okay, they're being disruptive. I'm going to go let them know they're being disruptive to me. And I hope that they hear me as a person and they go, oh, okay, I won't be disruptive anymore. And, you know, I feel like we've kind of, and I think maybe it's like, maybe this is the difference between like people who live in a city and people who don't. Right? Like suburban lifestyle is just much slower and like we're like, oh, like, you know, let's all just be neighborly. The Midwest, very neighborly. The Midwest is a very neighborly community. And maybe that's just a...
Vero, did you see in the New York Post, they had an article about the terror hell at this apartment building in the Bronx? Did you see this?
No, I didn't. You broke up just a tad bit. Something in the Bronx? What?
It was the tenant from hell, and it was an article in the New York Post like yesterday. Let me find it. It's this like tranny young person who is stealing everyone's packages, tried to blow up the building. Like he left all of his gas burners on in his apartment all day long, and also like. Apparently has multiple personalities and wears a different wig depending on which other tenant in the building he wants to harass that day. I think they're afraid to go in and out of the building. He's been like arrested at least 5 times. Neighbors in the building, and he hasn't paid 2024, but they're trying to get him out.
I like a New York City Karen. I'm a New York City Karen. I'm not like I wouldn't be like a Karen in Keegan's sense. I'd be in a New York kind of way, where it's for the safety of others, really. Like if someone tries to come into your door after you, like you use your key, you open your building door, and someone tries to come up behind you. No. I don't know you. You live here, so you Karen. Yeah, my Karen was good on it. You live here, what? I'm not trying to have a practice with someone staff, breaking into shit on our rooftop, doing crack up there.
I have to think that when you, I love that people weaponize the term, right? So because a Karen basically is, you know, somebody who is not necessarily doing the right thing. They're doing it in a way that's ridiculous, that's out of line, that's offensive, that, you know, that's all the bad things, usually racist or judgmental, things like that.
Washing through the coal industry and how they own the health insurance companies that also own the pharmacies, that also own the doctor's offices, but just like they have.
They've just gone nuts. I don't agree with that, but you can understand the concept, the level of conviction these people had to do this, to see the dead as cake, and to see cake as shit, and to see shit as strawberry, and to see that all in one and find that as enticing as Adam was enticed by the fruit.
I
It's powerful.
You know, not for nothing, but when my boss leaves, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, as soon as he leaves, I leave. Like, there's no reason for me to still be here. My boss left for the weekend. Like, why the fuck would I still? I'm leaving. Like, every minute I'm here after he's gone, I'm like, leave. I'm leaving. I'm here after he's gone.
Traffic might as well stay a few more hours and fuck around on Clubhouse and get paid for it. Unless you get salary.
I'm still gonna get. Well, I get hourly rate, but it is kind of a salary. So I'm guaranteed 40 hours, and then the overtime.
They made the military hourly. Everybody would fucking join the military. The biggest trick about the military is the salary part. That's when you realize you got duped.
What are you talking about? The salary part is the best part. These guys retire getting like fucking 15 grand a month. What are you talking about?
Oh, veterans?
Yeah. I mean, the high ranked
ones. 20 fucking years. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If they would have worked those hours in a private sector, they would be fucking millionaires.
Depends on more.
You can. In the military, by the time you're coming out, you can. But I promise you would have made double, triple that. They enslave you, bro. Military slavery.
Come work for me, I'll fucking slave your ass too.
That's why I call you a soldier.
No,
I know your life. I know how it is. I put on a fucking uniform and drag my ass out. I understand, bro.
No, I mean, in the beginning, I'm going to tell you, like, you know, oh, we're boys, but I'm still your boss.
Dude, I'm totally about change. It kicks in. It's natural to me. I don't see that. You have a higher rank. That's it.
The thing is, right? This is the thing, and I want to tell this to you.
Guys hire us, bro.
To what's his name again? Alistair. What's his name? John. Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley.
Yeah, I'm here.
Alistair Crowley. Let me tell you something.
I'm here.
You know what the most difficult position to play is? Is to know when to play the number 2 out. It is so important.
To play the number 2 out?
Be a supporter.
The number 2, like, so for example, when somebody comes in and he outranks you, you have to instantly put yourself in number 2 mode. And I'm being dead serious, bro. Because
I know.
This is like a major thing that people don't get. And if you know how to play the number 2 guy, it strengthens your number 1 guy. Like, it strengthens you as the number 1 guy. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, you have to know how to play your position well.
Number 1 would be given the vibe of number 1. But you know, if you're always
never, and I don't like being the number 1.
Yeah, well, it's I get hourly rate, but it is kind of solid.
Nobody wants to be the
guaranteed 40 hours and then over.
Number 1 guy is the guy who can, when it all hits, something shit happens. It's on him. He's your fall guy, and he's the guy who's expected to Superman at a moment. So if they fail at that, then they're not going to be the number 1 guy anymore. You know, this is going to fall down to the second.
You want to know something? You want to know something I learned? It's they know who to execute at the right time.
Yeah. They have that eye.
Yeah.
Are you talking about concrete, Megatron?
No, I don't know what concrete you're talking about. What, like physical concrete? Like
yeah, like concrete work, not the guy. No. Like working on concrete.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Oh.
No, he's talking about relationships.
Like, you know, when somebody's there and he outranks you, you have to know how to play your position well. This way, you work in unison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Alistair Crowley.
Some people they can't handle that. They can't.
They can't handle
in the military.
What's your name?
In the military, you stand in a position So if you're standing next to a superior officer, you stand at like the bottom left. So you actually position yourself in a place of respect, and it's in the protocol. So you are basically like geolocated to show your inferiority, and it's that rank and hierarchy. Hierarchy is America. We definitely have a caste system or like a 4-slot system, meaning that like we have military, law, political, and medical, or even banking. So it's like 5 slots. But I put some poetry about Ezekiel's spaceship. They used grok. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great weekend. And I agree with you. When my boss is on a hammock drinking an iced tea while I'm in a cubicle, and I'm very upset about that, and he's laughing and having a good old time.
Well, then you're so far from number 2. If you're in a cubicle, you're not even number 2, bro. So just don't even bring it up. Just let it to wash, bro.
Yeah, that should be your dream.
Yeah.
A dream?
You should be getting your boss a fucking drink. That's what you should be.
You should be like, man, hook me up. Like, bro.
Idiot. You should be getting a fucking drink. But
you gotta be honestly, if you're not trying to steal
number 2, you're
in the circle, John. You're in the circle. You got to get to the center of the circle, and you're already there as a subordinate. You can consume more because they expect you to do more, and so the more you can do, the more you can. All of a sudden, you're one of them, and then they wake up to it, and then they realize, holy shit, this guy knows everything we know, and that's when they freak out. Now,
I mean,
my thing has always been they catch on to me by the time I'm like close to number 2. And that's when they realize that this guy has ambition. He doesn't want to just be a supporter. He wants to be number 1. So if I was to go work for Barth, everything he's doing now, a year, and I would give him number 2, and he would chill, his balls would be spread. He'd be like, man, I'd never relaxed like this before. And then all of a sudden, I am Barth. And then Barth is like, never really enjoyed being lobotomized as number 2. It's been a while.
You're losing me here.
People there is that mental capacity, and then there's the physical capacity. And sometimes just being an ass or like an ox or something, that can be like relaxing. Like when you don't have to think about the operation or all that, and you can just trust someone who has the energy to do it. You end up relaxing. Some people do that if they're content. If they're not content and it's always been about the hierarchy, that's when they expose themselves.
Let me educate Shkreli here really quick before we lose the thread. So Shkreli, we go over one Quran verse every single day, and then we learn from the Ummah about the Quran. So today's lesson is 379. Can you read that for us one more time? Because we're gonna get this in our minds this way. We kind of understand what it's saying. We understand is that it's unifying. We don't listen to the Salafi boys; they're uneducated. We educate ourselves.
Surah? Is this a surah?
This is a verse.
Okay, where
it's a chapter. Ayat is a verse.
Because I'd like to read along.
Yeah, go ahead. Read at the top. Yeah, what do you want to be?
I'm doing this not too small. I get to I heard that. So I'll do full book. I don't know. I want to do old to be with artists. It's gonna suck. That's a little weird. No. I would
I had a one-on-one situation where you get the physical therapist and create a relationship with them. And they know your story, and they sit there one-on-one with you, basically.
That's how I knew they was on fucking Chatter. Did you delete the message? No, I don't delete shit. Okay. Hold on. Somebody sent me that shit.
This nigga literally got 2,000 plus messages he hasn't even opened and read yet. That's why he can't find it.
Here are 3 things to consider before applying for your next credit card. Number 1, your lifestyle. You fly a lot, spend a lot at restaurants.
Mother. Among those with us this afternoon are a number of the angel moms who saw their precious children stolen from them by the open border policies of the radical left. Open borders, I call them stupid borders, not open. I call them stupid borders by stupid people that put them there. And the migrant criminals that let them pour into our country, and bad things happened. Bad things happened. 25 million people came into our country. Many of them were criminals. Many of them were murderers. They allowed them in with their open border policy of stupidity. Brave and resilient women have turned terrible tragedy into unyielding resolve, becoming advocates so that their mothers do not have to endure the same heartache that they've felt all their lives. They've felt for so long. They've raised the most beautiful child that has taken, and they've spent so many years. In many cases, I see some of you I've known, and others are unfortunately new members of that club. And I say unfortunately, it's a sad thing. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. In their honor, we've rapidly turned the worst and most dangerous border in the history of our country into the strongest border in American history. We have no people come in during the last 11 months. We have zero. Nobody even tries to come up. You know, you used to read about the thousands of people that would pour in, and they just come up in caravans. I think it was my name I came up with. It looked like a caravan. 25, 30,000 people pouring up. They walk through Mexico. They come from all different locations, come from all over the world, actually. But they came in through our southern border, and they'd come up and just let them walk in. They'd walk in. Nobody had any idea who they were. They were murderers. 11,888 murderers. They were allowed to come into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. Many of them murdered more than one person. What a shame. What a disgusting shame. That people can even think that this is okay is pretty incredible. But for the past 12 months, we've had, that's been our number. And these numbers are done by people that, the numbers, when I say zero, I actually mean zero. It's hard to believe, actually. But they're done by people that they tend to be somewhat on the left. So they're not going to give us a fair shake. And they say that, people don't come anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So when they know they're not going to get through, they just don't come. And just so that we save a lot of lives, because that journey up from Honduras and El Salvador and lots of other countries, or from the Congo, where they drop them there and they walk up and they come through our country. They emptied the prisons of the Congo into the area of the southern border, and then told them to just walk in because stupid Americans are going to accept you beautifully. And these were hard, mean, vicious criminals they allowed into our country. How anybody can vote for these people is hard to believe, okay? It's hard to believe. But to a friend of mine, Marianne Mendoza. Marianne, where's Marianne? Where are you, Marianne? I got to know you right from the beginning, right? And I won't ask her that, but I would often ask Is it easier with time because time has gone by? Marion, no, it's not. Sadly, it's not. You know, you always hear it with time, but a lot of people say it's not. It's not easier. But you're a special woman. I've gotten to be a friend of yours. You're a special woman. What you have to go through is disgraceful. Tammy Nobles. Tammy, are you here? Tammy Nobles. Right. Does time help, Tammy? No.
No.
It used to be, you know, time heals all wounds, right? But it doesn't. Doesn't when you love somebody that much, it doesn't help like it should.
Tammy Nobles.
Jacqueline Medina, a great person. Where's Jacqueline? Jacqueline, where are you? Thank you, darling. Thank you. And so many others, and I want to thank you for coming. And I don't think you've been treated properly. It's hard to believe, but the angel moms have not been treated properly. But this president treats you properly. I can't speak for others, but this one treats you properly. And we love you all, and all I can say is our hearts are out to you on Mother's Day, and you have a good Mother's Day. Go and have a good Mother's Day. In securing our border, we've also made tremendous strides in stopping the flow of illegal drugs into our country. The flood of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by 59%, and the drugs coming in by sea are down by 97%. 97%. And we're trying to figure out who the 3% are, because they are the bravest people on earth. You see how we stop them by sea. You know, for years they'd go and catch the boat, bring it to port, they'd go in, they'd go out. By the time of the evening, they'd be back on another boat, bringing drugs in. So we gave them warning, and we don't do that anymore. We do it much more efficiently. But they got down by sea. A lot of them came in, about 50%. It's down 97. Now we've started a very strong. The sea was more difficult, and now we've started land, and you'll see it coming down. It's come down a lot, but you'll see it coming down. They come through Mexico for the most part. We have a problem because the cartels rule Mexico, and nobody else. The cartel, they just rule it, and you know, we lose 200,000 people a year through this poison that pours into our country. So we have the sea done, meaning the ocean, waterways, pretty much done 97%, and we're going to have the land done very soon. I want to thank the brave moms fighting the epidemic of drug addiction, and this afternoon, including Ann Funder. Ann, you're here someplace? Ann Funder does a great job. Wow, good. That's a great job you do, Ann. Stephanie Rowe. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Behind the cameras there, Stephanie. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine, Jackie Siegel, is a great mom, great mother. Thank you, Jackie. I've known her for a long time. She looks better now than she did 20 years ago, right? Thank you very much, Jackie. Last summer, it was my great honor to sign the Halt Fentanyl Act into law, and we'll never give up on that mission for ending the drug epidemic in America. We've come a long way, though. We've stopped massive amounts of drugs from coming in. This afternoon, we're also joined by some of the most extraordinary mothers our nation has ever produced, our cherished Gold Star moms. These are Gold Star moms. These mothers raised up children so selfless and so devoted that they volunteered to wear the uniform of our nation and laid down their lives for all of us. One of those mothers is Janice Chance. Janice, where's Janice?
Hey kids, even though you always tease me for reading the menu with my phone light and say I never want dessert before eating half of yours, and even though...
Thank you for being here. Just before he went to Afghanistan in 2008, Jesse told his mother, "Mom, I want to go change the world and make it an even better place. I want to make it a better place, Mom." Just before his 30th birthday, even though he had the day off, Jesse volunteered to take the place of a fellow Marine, and that of his brother-in-arms could be present for the birth of a daughter. That day, Jesse gave his life. Jesse was struck down that day by helping somebody else. And Janice, I want to say America is a strong and free nation today because of people like your great son, and we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much, son. I also want to express my love for the moms with us whose extraordinary heroes gave their lives in the terrorist attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. I got to know you very well, very well. And these are phenomenal people. We went to a club I own in Bedminster, New Jersey, which is beautiful. They played music. They said, "You actually think he's coming out?" They said yes. And I was going to do just to stop by and say hello. And we ended up listening to music for 4 hours on that beautiful night, looking at the sky, thinking about those wonderful people. Abbey Gate, very well known. Should have never happened. That should have never happened. That was incompetence by the Biden administration. So to Alice Lopez, you know that, right? Yeah, we know that. To Alicia Lopez and Paula Knaus, Self, Coral, Persino, and to all of the Abbey Gate moms, we're thinking of you in this Mother's Day. And again, we had you to the White House. We had you to, I was over at a very beautiful cemetery, as beautiful as they can be, but, you know, it's a sad occasion. We went over and we paid our respects, but we lost great people that day. We shouldn't have lost any people that day. Gross incompetence. This Mother's Day, we're thinking of all of those incredible moms, and we're doing everything in our power to support them and millions of other mothers all across America. And we're blessed to have many wonderful mothers serving in this administration, including Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who's doing a phenomenal job. Thank you very much. And the first woman ever to serve as a White House Chief of Staff. She's become a legend, Susie Wiles. She's amazing. To help American families and mothers, we passed a great, big, beautiful bill, the largest tax cuts in American history. We expanded the child tax credit to $2,200 from a much lower number per child, and delivered the largest expansion of school choice in American history. We have school choice all over now. We had virtually none. Everybody loves school choice with accounts. We have a very special thing, the Trump accounts, where we're helping families to set aside tax advantage savings for their children's future. And we are giving every American newborn child $1,000 automatically to invest and to grow over the course of their lives. And I want to thank the Dell family. It's a great family. He is amazing. She is amazing. They've done such a job on that. They put up a lot of money too. Put up $6,250,000,000. That's somebody. And he started making computers on his bed in college, and because they were better than other computers. And he just, "How did you do that?" He said, "Well, and I just never stopped. It just kept going." So go out and buy a Dell. They're great. We're also working to make it easier than ever before to start a family by lowering the price of IVF, cutting regulatory battles and barriers, and fighting to bring down the cost of living so that more Americans can pursue the dream of, and it's a dream of living just a good life, maybe a great life. We cut drug prices now with the favored nations, most favored nations. We cut them by 70, 80, 90%. You could say 500%, 600, depending on the way you phrase the statement. But we now play. So when I was here, this was a big ambition. Right at the beginning, I was able to cut them a little bit, but I didn't cut them. I cut them more than anybody else, which was a little bit. Because for 28 years, drug prices and prescription drugs only went in one direction. And when I came back, we now did something that everybody said was impossible. Favored nations. We had the highest drug prices in the world by far. Now we have the lowest drug prices in the world. Can you imagine? So we cut them by 50, 60, 70%, and go out and, you'll see exactly. It's one of the big. I think it's one of the biggest things that we've done. Drugs that were costing in London $10 for a pill would cost $130 for a pill in the United States. And now, if it's $10 or if it's $20, that's what we pay. We pay the lowest price anywhere in the world, so it's great. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it, but that's why I talk about it, because we have no choice. We have to. So I just want to, again, I want to thank everybody for being here. It's so important. We do things like we keep men out of women's sports, a very popular issue. We stopped the transgender mutilization of your children for everyone. We don't have that. But I want to thank every single mother here this afternoon and all across our nation for your work every single day. America's moms are really raising the future of our country, the most important. You have the most, we don't call it a job because when you love it, it's not a job, but for this purpose, you have the most important job there is in America or any place else, and you're doing an incredible job. I just want to wish you all a very happy Mother's Day. We're going to have a great Mother's Day, and for those mothers that lost their child, many of whom are with us today, the Angel Moms and others, Gold Star Moms, we love you especially. We love you maybe even the most. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. We need Let's go.
This way, please, guys. Grab your stool. Guys, move. They're still tired. Okay, guys, we're gonna go back to the.
All right, that was Trump speaking in the Rose Garden to the Gold Star moms, who we love the most. Mothers who lost their daughters and sons to illegal alien invader murderers who murdered their children. Trump has hosted them at the White House. He was talking about cheap drugs and how we took $150 pills to $10 pills, and now we got the cheapest drugs in the world. Rabbona Shalom. Good Shabbos!
Okay, listen, brother, if you want to talk about fully God, I'm fully God, but
By seeing down by 96.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given unto sacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of light, sewn with gold, the passing of my I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. Mine my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in the car of glory. My fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. Abraham of the Lord, by the Lord I invoke of the waves of music in the song that I made to invoke. Draw the flaming sword, proud, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke in my hand is the sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
First the sign given of none, say that we are free, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my so run I after the inside car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice. Master, I invoke thee. Waves of music in the soul that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, silent conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike thy cheeks. By the sword and voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother for me will labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike a master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and Lord, the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Around me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O P.P., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a purpose and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the girdle of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar of the intimate fair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel beats of pearls, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. My fingers I invoke thee. For thou the one that has the power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, Abraham, I made a vow to invoke thee. Strike the master sword, draw the flaming sword, child of conquering Lord, Lord, having God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die beneath, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I go thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with and fear by my body. I know thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse of the sign, giving of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the I know thee. Mine is the garment of white. So mine is the head of the man, and my inside might is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, mine is the head of the remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham! I bear the rose and cross of life and in the side, the invocation comes rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each and abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be abracadabra. You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than a mill. My fear turned eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't stop. Wisdom of God, it's God. Wisdom of God, it's love. Wisdom of God, wisdom of Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. You can't start believing. Wisdom of God. Wisdom of God, running on. It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. The fear turned gold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking. Let it fall. Take the deepest breath. Hold them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. I'm thinking, let it go. Take the deepest breath. Of them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Let it go, go, go. You are the answer. I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. Holy come in the storm in my head. Lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Wisdom of God, I'm yours. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, 9, 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny side, the maddening cry. You pen. I am aware. The serpent shakes. Do I still will as a God can? The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I come, oh come, on and on, with the lonely lust of devil done. Thrust the sword through the galling feather, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery. Oh, on you, on you, on you, on, in the grip of the snake, the eagle flashes with beak and claw. The gods withdraw. The great beast come, you I am born to death of the horn of the I am Pan, 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 yo, Pan, 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 yo, I am that innate, I am thy man. Goats of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rock. Through solstice stubborn to equinox. And I rave, Chasing shadows in the neon glow, lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see the surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the room is to be seen. The hollow world, it spins and bends, false beginnings. We touch the glass, we see it crack. The more we reach, the more it lasts. Inside the silence, the meaning waits. Through every shadow, the truth translates. Beyond appearance, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the root is to be seen. Ignorance, it paints the sky. Colors bright but born to lie. When the mind steps past the haze, the source appears in quiet place.
Through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive, I survive. To the mountain can it climb. By the rays of the legend I am born. By the fall. The moonlight sea whispers low to the shore. Soon on the moon, burning tides evermore. Your swoon lifts me like a spell, like a door. Tonight we can't quite stay. By the rage of the rage, I am bold, I am bold. By the fire in the sky, I am bold. Through the midnight light, let's explode. You're mine, you're mine, I am bold. Scented a pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. By the rage of the night, I am bold. I'm fire in the sky. Through the midnight let's explode. You're mine, you're mine, I'm bold. Thrilled with bliss, I'm lost of life. Oh man, my man, come careering out of the night of pan. Come over and see.
You got more questions on you. And so therefore,
I think Dr. James has read the quote, and it's Googleable. So I would invite you to take a look at the quote. Feel free to jump into the comments.
I noticed no one has addressed the exact quote from every black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. And somehow that doesn't make you squirm a little bit, that the guy in charge of Health and Human Services said.
Yeah, we all squirm.
I think it's utter. And then you have this mindset that this is for all children. It's like very selective. And I think that's also what makes it very disturbing as well. I like when I first heard about it, I watched the video and then I read it. And I was like, why is this okay? Why is this motherfucker has anything to do with healthcare? Why has he not been booted out? But, once again, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just one little thing. And I think everybody's just worried about one little thing. I'm worried about many, many, many things that have come out of his mouth. But
sarcasm on really early, so nobody misinterprets this. But I think it's because of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we needed some people with court-filed self-confessed brain damage, no medical background in the medical field, especially directing programs. You know, you have to include those conspiracy theorists, white guys who are very incapable. Without it, we won't get the kind of diversity we need in healthcare, because we need those opinions of people who have never practiced medicine to tell us how medicine works. And people with brain damage, especially the heads off of whales and dead bears in Central Park, because, you know, there aren't many people like that. Their unique voices are that valuable. So, yeah, you look at this administration, and I think why people don't react maybe is that it feels so obvious, like the racism and hatred and bigotry is so systemic. Like if you look at that quote when they started screaming about DEI, when that one, I think it was the senator, asked them, how are you going to know about racial disparities and maternal mortality if you don't look at racial demographics and look at these facts? And his response is something like, we're getting rid of woke ideology. Who does woke ideology help? And she's like, how are you going to know about Black maternal mortality and death rates? And I'm like, that's not there. And that's one of the other secrets. Like, if you just plug your ears, blame it on something else, and don't look at the realities, you can say anything. You can be like, this racist is one, because the people calling out racism have looked at the numbers, and that's what's racist, like our Supreme Court says. So it's a system of entrenched power. And yeah, the narrative that Black people are inherently violent just subtly slid in there, or the idea that, you know, Black women can't be dying more or suffering in the healthcare system because it's already equitable. All those like tropes just power. In the end, they just serve to entrench these people that don't deserve what they have. That's why it's so cancerous, right? They're leeching off a system that will destroy it. And a lionization of ignorance. I mean, you know, I'm fine with the law as simple as the director of our healthcare system should be an expert in healthcare. But you get these people now with podcasts and everything else where it's like, oh, if I'm a public-facing figure and I interview these people and talk to them, that means I'm an expert just like them. Joe Rogan is the same as a physicist because he had a physicist on his show. And then, like, I believe, I'd have to double check this, but I think RFK, and I certainly know Joe Rogan and others, have even said, you can't trust me, I'm an idiot. And then we give these people power, and it's just like, God, where's it, you know, what is it?
Yeah, and when Joe Rogan does invite somebody like Eric Weinstein, a trained physicist, even if you think he sounds cocky, he's actually quite humble, relatively speaking, believe it or not, because he acknowledges that there are like super genius physicists out there like Edward Whitten. And he says he has a hard time tracking that. And then Joe Rogan in that episode was like, oh, okay, well, then I guess I don't understand anything, you know? And so, like, you get that once in a while, but I don't feel like it's front and center enough, or at least like a reminder. Maybe there's a way to fix this, maybe not cognitively, maybe not psychologically, but maybe with tools. Give people the ability to kind of interrogate these questions. So maybe these agentic platforms, you can say, hey, you know, I was watching RFK, you know, what's good about what he's saying, what's not good, what's problematic, where can we fix things? But not just accepting what they're saying on face value, I think is super important. And Dr. James was critical enough to point it out to me that these kinds of discussions are co-opted for these kind of movements, and it's not always appropriate to bunch them together. So to me, that's like a win. I went in with, you know, wanting Dr. James to push back on something that I came across. And I got thrown in the ocean, not just pushed off the deck. So I appreciate the swim, Dr. J.
You took us all with.
I'd like to learn how to teach, learn how to learn as a group, and not learn how to be angry, because this shit makes me angry, and I get to sit here and be angry about it. But I'd like to get a new administration into office. If we could do that as a group, that'd be great.
I was a little confused what you meant by that. Do you mind? I think I might resonate with you, but I'm not sure. Can you explain? And this is very true. Can you explain what you mean, or like
what I mean by what I just said?
It might just be a me problem where I didn't uptake it right, but I think, yeah, I misunderstood you.
You're saying when someone says something, it's to grab attention. Politics is all about attention, but it's not teaching us what we need to do as a society to move forward, as opposed to just sit and be angry at someone who's a fucking idiot. Like, this guy sounds like a moron. If his quotes are moronic.
Now, MAHA is essentially trying to connect SSRI use to opiate dependence, and there is a sort of solution that's been proposed to ran on this, which is that they want to create, farms, camps for our kids and our adults to go to, rehabilitate and to go work hard in the sun and, essentially grow organic food, and because food heals everything. And a little God in the mix, perhaps. It's insane. And it wouldn't, and it's true. That's the thing. And there's been a push more and more in this direction. So that's kind of what this stemmed from. Was my response that Io shared with me, because I understood the context of the MAHA, who was pushing kind of this idea of the framing of somehow SSRIs are equivalent to opiate.
I understand that that's your industry, and that would make me pissed off of my industry too. So I understand that.
Only because people, the fact that so many people are dying by suicide, and those numbers have increased.
Jimmy, thanks for clarifying that. I think I get what you're saying. It's like you would rather people be didactic and educational than attention grabbing. And I think that if I understand you correct, I think that's a really fair thing to ask of leaders. But I think our current media ecosystem has made that, if I'm understanding correctly, like untenable. Because if somebody comes up, like, I was so fascinated by the previous, I believe it was, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the director, the lead Surgeon General, who used to talk about like the crisis of loneliness. I didn't think it was initially as serious, and then I looked at the medical data, and it was shocking. And it was educational. I could hear him talk and learn something, but I don't think he'll be remembered. And right now, with the media cycle, you need to be constantly remembered and gotten attention to be worth anything. So I think that might feed into what I think it obviously feeds into what you're talking about. And I think we've also started to demonize education. I think it's been a long-term move by authoritarians and quite liberal fascists. The educated elites are bad, and they are elites. They're not just people that have learned something. Like, as a literal teacher at one of these elite institutions, we're not better. We're just like know this thing in the same way. Like, I would never pretend to tell somebody how to do. Right now, they're doing roofing next door. That guy knows infinitely more than me about roofing. He could tell me what to do all day long. So I think we've done something where it's like, oh, if you're educated, you understand stuff better. And on the flip side, I do think even within academia, this everything from publish or perish to get attention has become so strong that they, in the end, start feeding into this cycle, and it's just really.
Well, isn't disdain for education, isn't that one of the 14 indicators of fascism?
Yeah, it's just a lot of times they talk about you get triggered, so I'm trying to be soft. But yeah, like, it's one of the first things. Fascist authoritarians as well. Like, it's a classic playbook, right? Destroy the universities, destroy the academia, because if it studies and describe a thing, then then it can critique the thing and engage with it.
Can I say something that's not popular, Brian? I've noticed this in group things or from a room in Clubhouse. If I say something that's not popular that rubs people the wrong way, it's taken as no, don't do that. You're messing up the conversation, as opposed to let's rub someone the wrong way. Like Dr. James is really angry. Let's get angry together and create someone that wants to step up and be a leader. In other words, why are we so afraid to get angry and get people pissed off? Like, what happened to the America that I used to live in, where we would go down to the town hall and protest in the street? not because we needed a permit or blah blah blah, but we just fucking got angry and did shit. Like, where is that in America? This fire? Is everyone afraid to get arrested or get thrown in a Baja concentration camp or ICE take us away? Like, what's?
Is that not a legitimate fear?
I think we're at a point where if we're just going to try to argue facts with these kinds of people, when we try to explain like why we think something is a fact, these kinds of people will view our facts as threats, and they will not, then they're going to double down on their nonsense. So I'm not sure that like this is the correct approach. Maybe it might be more. I mean, these people like they already know that like Trump is a bad guy, and like they kind of generally hate the stuff that he does, but they trust him, which is kind of a weird juxtaposition. So I don't know, like this, they're already aware that like, already aware of a lot of this stuff. Like every time we criticize like the Baha movement or the MAGA movement or like the Iran war, or like Venezuela or whatever it might be, the endless wars, the lack of moral fortitude about at the Epstein files, for example, they're already aware of all this stuff. So it's not enough anymore to just simply point out the facts to them. They're already aware what they are. So I don't know. What do you guys think is the next thing? I think we have to find a way to like help these people like deconstruct. I don't know, whatever this.
Really feel what you said there, and I think to what both of you said, I think, look, somebody close to that friend I referenced earlier, my longest lifelong friend, the friend, literal friend of a friend, but one of their closest friends was the Buddhist peace activist that was locked up and tried to be sent to an El Salvadorian prison and missed the birth of his child, because he said he was against any conflict in the Middle East, and he is not for the killing of any life. And since he was from a Palestinian descent, his Buddhism and advocating for universal peace was taken as a reason to remove him from his university, where he was an honor student and student leader, and engaged in literal peace activism. And he was locked in a jail and missed the birth of his first child. Right now, the FBI is investigating somebody who did accurate critical reporting of Kash Patel. If you are not a citizen, my partner from Germany, they're talking Germany because they're detaining German citizens who won't unlock all their social media, and if they have critical posts of Trump, are detaining them for days where they're denied access to even lawyers or their counsel, which is in violation of international treaty. So that's a real threat, right? This isn't like some, and the thing is, people will try and kind of do that move of, oh, you're so woo, this isn't happening, as it's happening. So, okay, that's one component. Yes, there's legit fear. But let's say you're a born and raised, white male American Christian, red-blooded American who's everything that you think of as not being targeted, and they march up to protest. Right now, the system, the new gerrymandering laws and everything that's set up, the electors are picking their representatives. I'm not saying that protest and speech, but we've had record-breaking protests every year for the last several years, protesting what's going on. I don't think that moved the needle very much, and the protests are very weak. So you see these town halls, and Team Red comes up and screams, and Team Blue comes up and screams. A couple people get arrested, and yes, at local places, they're literally like arresting these people that are, following the rules, and the next one comes and does it, but they're on their team. We've made everybody so amped up and angry that going out and expressing outrage feeds the system. It thrives on that. I don't think somebody yelling, I think I'm not saying it's useless or feckless or we can't weaponize it or do something good with it or constructive, because all those things can happen. But I think the idea of, if Mr. Smith goes to Washington and screams and protests at injustice, things change. No, Congress is hardly ever in session and pass almost nothing. The amount of work being done is done behind closed doors with judicial activists saying guns need to be everywhere except anywhere they are where they set the rules. It's the hypocrisy and insulation of the powerful where they want people outraged and screaming. Like, if all the left just disappeared and all the right wing that's in power had utter absolute power, there would be this break, because when people are upset, where do they go? But while there's these two kind of mediocre, middle of the road, this argument that it just drifts. And right now, if we're being honest, the drift has just been to the right. But it's like we have the center-right party talking about how insane the far-right party is, so let's meet in the middle at like the right. And then, okay, so the right's fine, and they're like extreme fascists, let's just meet at far-rightism. And it's demonstrably been happening in America. Like, name the last president that didn't drop bombs in the Middle East and try and attack people. It's just become, I feel that need for rage, but I guess the question is like unchanneled rage. I keep saying it. I think the only thing that will be effective, the only time I've seen real change in such a stupid little thing, is when prices gets too high and people will literally resist, or when everybody does an economic. So I think screaming at a town hall won't do much. Getting organized will, or having a general economic strike that's targeted towards businesses. Disney caved when they lost money instantly. Meta and Facebook and all these companies, all this crap, they'll do whatever they can. Google, Apple, they'll flip-flop to whoever has power. But if everybody stopped buying their products, they are, again, just greed and power. So, but I think right now we're so divided that it feels so feckless. What do we do?
You just know what to do. Don't buy the services. Don't be a part of that services. Create a campaign that communicates for other people why it's so great to not be a part of Disney and get rid of your Disney Plus. Start a movement. Start a bagel shop where you cut a bagel in half. One side is Republican, the other side is Democrat. And you go to the condiments and you see exactly how much of our tax dollars are taken out by representing how much cream cheese is in the condiment dish. And teach people how much the lobbyists, it's not the people that are in office, it's the lobbyists that stay there for 30, 40, 50 years that are fucking with all of the people that go in there to help the people that are good people trying to work in Congress, work as senators, work for the American people, but get co-opted because of that system. Start a movement that educates. And if no one wants to do that, let's just stay ignorant.
Has anyone heard of Bank Transfer Day?
Yes, I've done that. I've heard of it.
So you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, you can transfer your money out of banks that you don't want to participate in and go to local credit unions. Move the money locally. And that does hurt economies, and it does raise up your local economy. But that's always a good movement.
Thank you for that. I may just do that.
Yeah, one of the only pushbacks. The only pushback I get on that is I already had my stuff and it's inconvenient.
It's just a matter of reprogramming your direct deposits and reprogramming. Nobody does banking anymore.
I think there's some truth to that. And by the way, like, I would just echo, for whatever it's worth, if anybody wants to hear from another voice, credit unions are extraordinarily legit. Like, and banks are shady as hell and probably hurting you if you're there. You're a tool, whereas you're an owner with a credit union. But to your point on education, here's what I found as a literal educator and teacher. People right now hate being taught to. They like choosing who to learn from. So if, let's say, I don't know, Jordan and Io each go make podcasts, and one extols the virtue of AI and one extols the virtue of psychedelics for solving the same problem. The problem is right now that this is the pro and con of decentralization. You can find your own microcosm to learn about whatever you want. So people really hate when somebody teaches something as like objectively true that is challenging or limiting, and they resist that. And because there's so ubiquitous access to information, and again, information can be true or false or propagandist or whatever, and we've been conditioned to be so commercialized that we're used to being propagandized and marketed to everywhere. But I think it's really hard to engage in what would be in academic circles called good pedagogy. Challenging assumptions, trying to have a rational basis, engaging in community, trying to have some grounding in what we teach, making sure we're being self-critical. But, so that idea of, are there people that are trying to teach all the hell over? Like, I'm a professional teacher, I walk around a lot of other people. We try and do community events and we try and see different things. What tends to happen is an environmental group wants to do something on the benefits of how recycling can be done effectively. So everybody who's already informed and cares about that shows up. And I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. Like, there's 1% to 2% that's like, oh, this is new to me and I want to learn. But I think what you're talking about is like, oh, challenge the system and critically engage and stuff like that. And that's usually people are already on board or they're there. So I guess what I see happening more and more is people just trying to give their opinion on the solution for what's happening. Challenge the system, right? And if you look at a lot of podcasting that's educational, it's either just, here's this bird you never heard of and why it's so important in the environment, or it's like, that bird was important being killed off, we think this is the solution. But a lot of times it's really weird. It's like on this app, if you start teaching something or saying something, in most spaces they'll want the other side there because they don't want to be taught to, they want to be entertained by the debate about what it's about and why it matters. It's a really weird thing, and you can see it on this app all the time.
It's what's ruined CNN when they changed the format like that, right? Just having talking heads opposing, and supposedly that makes it more interesting to a viewer, but I can't stand it.
It's exhausting. Y'all know I do some media stuff, and I was kind of off of a show as a recurring guest because they said I was too moderate. I was like, oh, she's too reasonable. Like, we mix it up, and I was like, oh, okay, well then I'm not the right one for you. So feel free, carry on, mix it up as you.
It's so funny because I think you are very, I wonder if they meant moderate or you're, I'm saying the right word, like non-graceful, like you're not non-confrontational, but there's some degree, oh, you don't want to just, you shut down argument often. And I think what they meant is they want that because I don't know, I think, what's that, Andrew?
They want that back and forth. Because if you shut it down, you don't have the conflict of you going back and forth with the points.
Exactly.
Once it's shut down, it is what it is.
Yeah, I was like, you don't want me to be right? Well, I mean, you'll just come out, you'll just like say something, and it'll just end the argument. Huh? It's like, okay,
Exactly what we need.
That's what the society needs, but that's not what they need.
Yeah, exactly.
They need conflict. Conflict makes people tune in.
Right. I think it's a really interesting to get the bulk of your information and the original intention. I mean, if I was being generous, I would say, okay, it's great to kind of hear both sides of an issue, right? That's like debate 101 from high school, but it's really gotten to a point where it's just entertainment. It's not about getting to some clarity around the issue. And it's bizarre in a 24-hour news environment. Like, you have in the world. Why do we have to do this in 45 seconds? Why did you choose that format as a way to kind of address this like huge problem? I think it's bizarre. And then the flip side of it is Joe Rogan gets off for 3 hours. And and it's successful. So like what you're saying isn't even true about attention spans and whatever. So I think it's just a fascinating place that we've come to into how we discuss things and how we think about things.
I think a lot of this comes down to, I love, I missed who it was who said like it's profitable for them or is it good for them? I think one thing I think about a lot is like obviously to me it's my career, and I think about high school debate and it's extraordinarily problematic. Like that's why I'm always one toe in and out. A huge part of my teaching is literally just encouraging kids to be critical of what they're doing and think about it, because it does encourage, like, as long as debate is a game, and that's what we've kind of turned life into, this kind of kayfabe of making everything performative, then, okay, like, you know, should we, today's debate topic, are black people 3/5 of a human? Let's have a really good debate on it. And you're going to be on this side, and you're going to be on that side, and let's talk about their humanity. And this, a long time ago, started to become an issue of like, well, is that good? Like, we're picking the topics. So a huge thing of a debate is like, what topic? What's the format? Do we all have to disagree? Can we all agree with the topic? And sometimes this limiting of it can lead you to a really higher place where you end up like not engaging with the topic, but engaging with the system, or engaging with how we engage with this kind of meta conversation of what you're doing. But it makes it very insular and unreal. And I actually see that reflected in our real life. I see that with our media and stuff like that, where it's like the performative, like, let's bring on the left winger, right winger. You know, they just killed 3 babies. How's that going to help them? Gas prices are up. Will that affect Democrats in the midterm? You know, did Biden up gas prices? Oh, by the way, you know, 1 million people died. Okay, back to, you know, you. What do you think about on this and that? And it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think there's a way out of that, really, with how it is, because all framed is like good and bad. Which team are you on? So I've been trying to make things, this might sound kind of weird, but algorithmic in a very human way. Like, if you want humans to survive, does this conflict help humans survive? If you want the economy to thrive, does this make the economy thrive? Do you want people healthier? Does putting them in work camps make them healthier? Because it forces us to like have some grounding where we're together. And I just wish like our politicians and our leaders and our media, it's one of the only ways I found, like, when I get my hair ready to pull out on Clubhouse, I'm stupid enough to go into a room where people are arguing. That's a lot of times where I take it. Do you want this thing? Does this reach this thing? Let's just talk about that. Yeah, that's the only way I know.
I see that Elliot just came to the stage. Hi, Elliot. What'd you like to add?
I was just gonna say, like obviously they're all kind of they've got the wrong idea about. I mean, everybody, and I mean like just about everybody is an expert at identifying problems and faults in some kind of system or another. You know, like human beings are just naturally very good at this kind of thing. So, but like the solutions that people have to the problems can be very different. You know, like a lot of the, like when you actually go and like you talk to these people, MAGA type people, like a lot of their concerns are just the kinds of concerns that like, you know, everybody has. Like, you know, my bank account is shrinking. You know, like my mother is 73 and she's just lost her health insurance and she can't get a job. I'm like, it's stuff like this, everyday stuff like that. Like, how am I going to feed my family? You know, these are not right to just sweep those under the rug.
Oh, you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
It's just so.
Toward that direction, not necessarily toward the faith.
You're in the matrix a little bit.
My bad.
Yeah.
You think about all of this and that, and it's this performative joke. And what I've been trying to do myself is, I don't think.
JL said, I think Clubhouse is having issues. Steve, I'm trying to bring you up. I see that you raised your hand, but can you go out and come back in? Maybe that'll help us skip.
I'm so sorry. I think I raised my hand inadvertently. Carry on and ignore me.
You were not. It's not possible to ignore me.
I was so wondering why 7 people invited me simultaneously. I'm like, was something said that people think my input would be useful? It was completely accidental.
A moment of levity. There used to be this show, and my favorite character on it was like a 15-foot tall character, that would just come around and yell at people as loud as it could to ignore him. And so I could feel Steve coming up to Eddie and be like, no, please ignore me. It's just the best attention getter you can do. But speaking of laws, did you guys see that? And I just love this on a 4-3 decision. Virginia struck down their new electoral gerrymandering, while 4 more Republican states have announced gerrymandering that will get rid of, like Tennessee's case, the only black district, which they immediately did after the gutting of the Voting Rights Act, which they said, wouldn't do anything. So when we were talking about division and stuff like that, it's functionally completely now come down to politicians picking their electorate. And if they can slice them up enough, and with good AI algorithms and more targeted data and social media information in the government, they can probably very effectively slice it out. So that's a great time to be an American.
In Soviet America, politician pick you.
Do you think it's going to be enough Congress people, though, to not let the Dems take the House?
We'll see.
I think
they did that. It was
Elliot, I see you unmiked, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could hear me. I only have like 2 bars on my.
Well, I heard that.
Okay, geez, man, yeah, it's a bummer. The Virginia thing, I think the court, was it the Virginia Supreme Court, they struck it down on like a technicality because they said that at the special session that was called in order to pass this, the gerrymandering thing was actually it has to be called specifically for that purpose. And so because it wasn't called explicitly for that purpose and for some other reason, they said, they struck it down because of that. But that's just a silly technicality. The state legislature can just call another special session and do it the right way. And there you go. So I don't think this is going to.
Yeah, it's a bummer. The idea of kind of like, this is my woe is me kind of statement, like this feeling like only one side has to follow the rules. This set of mores is just applied so intensely on one side and not the other. I hate asymmetry in the way that it's happening, right?
I think the legislators who are calling for this stuff, they should be out and really publicize the exact names of these people. Stuff. Shame them.
But would it shame them? I think everything.
But you have to have shame to feel shame.
Yeah, it's
like everybody else.
I think shame is dead.
No, had it for history. And when things go back to normal, start moving in another direction, then we'll see.
Yeah, I think that shame is an interesting concept in these conversations. I think I'm not seeing a ton of shame. I'm seeing a lot of victory around successfully advancing, their objective. I think it's interesting. But it makes all of this really difficult because, you look at something and you say, wow, this is wrong. And that only works if the other side thinks it's wrong too. But I'm not seeing a ton of.
I feel
feel like I need a cigarette after this chat we've all had today. I mean, I really feel like we've all like had a wild time at that. Io is to blame for the entire thing, by the way.
Fucking Canadians.
Io's got that mad scientist energy.
Jersey James sure was in the house.
Oh yeah, you betcha.
Dr. James, I'm sorry. I just came in this room to tell you. Last Saturday we were talking, and I was trying to get you to play the sports book to invest your money into the Philadelphia 76ers. So you
What
made a
ended?
ton of money. They ended up winning, and it was the first time they were a team down 3-1. They never won. So you would have made a lot.
So you gave me good financial advice that I didn't take, and
No, I gave you bad betting sports advice that was stupid. And if you had listened to me, you would have had a lot of money.
therein lies the rub. I can see the allure.
But I'm using that as a metaphor for what's going on in our country right now, because that's kind of where we're at. A bunch of people didn't want, these stupid people in Drain the Swamp. We don't want these corrupt people in our government. Let's vote for someone who's not a government person. Let's vote for Trump. He'll take care of us. I had to cut out that.
I was watching a documentary on Hunter S. Thompson last night, and this whole gonzo form of political writing, and I feel like we need a few Hunter S. Thompsons to come in and just get in the home.
I'm not familiar. Who's Hunter S. Thompson?
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Essentially, he used the character in this. But he was a political writer, I say back in the day, back in the 70s or something, that he would, he didn't just talk politics directly about the thing in a literal way. He talked about the entire context of it, like the zoo, the landscape of, so like if he were reporting on, let's say some horse race, he wouldn't report on the horses who won, he would report on all the people who come to see it and all the different, culture of people groups within it, and kind of the way, kind of the grotesque nature of the entire process itself, and had kind of a meta way he would dissect it by taking things to kind of its ultimate extreme. And so he had this character that he built around himself that the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was about, for example, where it was basically a way for him to say the things he wanted to say, but through the vehicle of a character that was extremely extreme, I guess, for lack of a better word. But he was also an extreme character in real life too. So it was almost like he created a fictional character that was actually him to be the vehicle of what he wanted to say. I just feel like it kind of fits it. And his form of reporting was called Gonzo, Giolencio.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. darkness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given unsacred deed of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing light and I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the purpose and time. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimidated. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of the world, so I after thee in the power of glory. By my fingers I invoke I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the master. By the song I invoke in my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. The clouds shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee of thee. What right now is we're acting time that stops in this moment. I invoke thee. and she didn't want to disturb his lunch. What's it all about?
Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. There my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of music in the soul that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. Thy hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike thy cheek. By the sword of peace, I am the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as a hawk's. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sold with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a compass and time bomb. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of earth, so run I after thee in my car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the want of double power in the voice of the master. Abracadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee.
The voice of the fight. The voice of the six. 11 other voices. Every other block. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. I'm a head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. I'm a body, I invoke thee. On me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white soul with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a purpose and triumph. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban by black gold, and mine the blue vigilante with fear. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Forget the one that has the power in the voice of the master. Abraham Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, my heart, it are two ways of music in the song that I make about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, throw the Lord, against God, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, my life begin, by the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the right, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, of rolling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and
We're gonna get it all in the ground.
I was waiting for a sign to start, like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name. Give me the sign of the open night, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am aware. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. submerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken law. I am born to death, reborn of the heart. I am under neon skies where the starlight comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. The will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast the right, but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On its waves, it's alive, it's still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. Echo shattered glass where the circuits glow. The clock ticks slow, but it doesn't show. No purpose, just a beating sink. Every way perfect, on the edge, on the brink. No chains, no bars, just a fall to fit. Every pulse, every spark is a perfect way. Thou hast the right, but to do thy will. Feel the surge, let the silence fill your will. What is right, is alive, is still. Delivered from the lust of the thrill. In the endless dark where the echoes play, no other shall say nay, no other shall stay. Through the wire, through the smoke, let it all decay. The will remains forever in the fray. No shadows chase, no voices calm. The air is thick, it wraps me tight. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. The sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my veins. Strong rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my The gift of health, it lights my way. Contentment blooms where I choose to stay. Trust is the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no way to bear. And the sweetness whispers everywhere. Sweetness of sunshine fills my way. Rivers wash my chains. No need for gold, no need for fame. This quiet place, it knows my No fire burn like passion wild. No losing through like hatred piled. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant cling. But oh, to truly see, waits to set us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peak, a sky so blue. Feel the weight, feel it breathe. This body's war, this endless fight, but higher still, beyond the fray, rest calls my name, and I let us live, let us breathe, free as air, no hate, no chains, no despair. Among the shadows, we shine so bright. We carry peace into the night. I believe we'll rise again. No hatred, let us heal, free from strife. No weight of moments cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. A gentle voice for one and all. Happily then, we'll rise again. No hatred, no pain, no Give me the sign of the open night. Real shadows where whispers lie. Thorny side, the maddening pride. Open, be open, be open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. Be open, be open, the eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. The storm of silence, a broken law. Open, be open, be open. I am born to death, reborn on the horn of the unicorn. Do as thou wilt, as a God can. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, the springs tend to glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior lights every dream. No Godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened. She took up her stand, in brilliance resilient. Her fire does burn, a goddess of spring, with the world left to turn. With fiery flattery, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. By the mystical union of fairy and fall, I dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken whispers that drift through the trees, unbroken vow, carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames and the embers, the spell is bespoken. Your arrows unslinging, the spring's tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. Secret communion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. Her warrior spirit enlists every dream. No Godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened. She took up her stand. In brilliance as the ends, her fire does burn. Her goddess of Sentinel pine on the cliff clings tight, a silhouette carved in the shadow of night. The stars overhead burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that while the rage of the race, I am bold. I'm fire in the sky, through the midnight madness we stole. You're mine, I'm home.
that regard, you have to look at motivation very carefully. Kind of getting a lot of thumbs up and thumbs down. I don't know who agrees and who disagrees.
So, but Dr. Jordan, explain to me then why, after the Supreme Court decision, which said that congressional districts had taken into consideration race to favor any particular group, why immediately after that, I think 4 southern states rushed to redistrict in a manner in which eliminates black representation in Congress if it's not racial. I'm going to have a hard time understanding that, but I think probably if anybody can convince me that I'm wrong in my observation, it is.
Well, I don't want to expose my naivete. I'm just simply speaking from a larger, not a higher elevation, but from a broader perspective. I think there's a long game in all of this, and the long game to me is always political, whereas racial animus is really personal. And if you're not personalizing it, I don't buy it as being racial. And maybe that's a horrible response to reply to you, but that's how I look at it.
No causation between the Supreme Court decision and this rush to redistrict in the manner in which they are redistricting.
Well, I see racial undertones, but I see the judiciary and the executive branch, whether they're filled by Democrats or Republicans, as being political always, because they're very self-serving, and so they. It's not to say they wouldn't resort to a racial bias in their in terms of tainting their moral compass, but the first thing, the priority to them is always the long game. I don't know if that clarifies any more or not my stance.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan, and just for your own edification, I didn't give you a thumbs up nor a thumbs down. Steve, followed by Andrea.
Hey, Gary. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Gary, let me ask you this. If a population, as a population, is voting 89 to 92% for one political party, does that mean that by the nature of the population that if you try and dilute that voting base, it makes you racist? In 2020, I just looked it up.
Do you want me to answer that, or you want me? I can wait.
Well, let me just put the caveat. In 2020, I just looked it up. 87 to 92% of the black population voted for Joe Biden. Now, if you're trying to gain seats voting that way, and you try and dilute that voting block, do you immediately go to racism, or do you go to the obvious, which is this is the Democratic stronghold of voters?
Okay, so the thing is, the initial redistricting effort, the opening salvo occurred in Texas.
Okay.
I don't believe was racially motivated. It was politically motivated. If it's racial, the racial colors are blue and red. Those are the colors in Texas. However, the subsequent southern state redistrictings attempts to Tennessee, Louisiana, Alabama, that occurred immediately after the Supreme Court, and in which the redistricting proposals were mapped out in a manner which coincidentally or deliberately eliminates black representation by combining districts that are that are next to one another in order that at least one of those black members of Congress cannot stand for re-election because one's going to primary out the other. I don't see how I cannot wrap my mind around any conclusion other than that was racially motivated. Now, you may argue otherwise, and that's fine, but it seems pretty obvious. Now, you can argue that the law which permitted the original districting that favored black representation was unconstitutional, and what they are doing is a proper redress to that, and that's fine for you to make that argument. But to suggest that there's not a racial component in it just doesn't pass Gary's smell.
Well,
it may
okay. Well, Gary, let me ask you this. If you have two districts and both of them are Democratic and your objective is to get more Republicans, your immediate instinct is not that we're eliminating the Democratic seat. Your instinct, I'm hearing you say, is there's got to be underlying racism.
It's based on the Supreme Court decision that they're doing this. They didn't do it before the Supreme Court decision. So obviously it's racially motivated. It may be to redress a law that was racially disadvantageous to you or me because of our skin color, but it 100% is racially motivated. And if you can't see that, I don't know what more I can say about it. But you asked.
Well, let me ask you this: before this latest round of Texas, California, Virginia, Tennessee, all these states started doing this redistricting. In New England, it's generally considered that New England has population based to 40 to 45% Republican. You know how many congressmen from New England, that conglomerate of states, are Republican here?
That has nothing to do with the discussion at hand.
It absolutely has
zero to do. So is there an attempt to redistrict the New England states?
We're talking about
based on racial. Is there an attempt to take advantage of the Supreme Court decision and redistrict any state in New England? Yes or no? Can you name one?
Why would you redistrict when you already have what you want? Why would you do it?
Then what's your point?
My point is that these are motivated by political power. If you have two black districts and you got inside those black districts Democrats, and you redistrict where you eliminate one Democrat and you could possibly...
And why did they try to redistrict based on the rules before the Supreme Court ruling? They're redistricting based... Wait. Let me finish asking. I'm going to let you answer. I always let you answer. What they are doing is redistricting based on the Supreme Court ruling with regard to districts that favor greater black representation. So they are redressing what they feel is an unfair advantage to black representation. They are addressing that specifically. They're not addressing. They're not addressing.
Okay.
They're not.
Now hold on.
Hold on. I haven't finished saying it.
Well, I think you've said enough about it.
Okay. Well, I'll let you moderate. Go ahead.
No, I mean, to the point that I was trying to get at, I don't want to moderate. But
no, you can. You can.
Gary. No, what I was trying to get at is if you're saying that they redistrict based on what was considered unconstitutional drawing of the lines, then the power of chief to do that would be unconstitutional.
But you cannot argue that it's not based on race because the decision of the Supreme Court was based on race. Just
Call it what it is.
It's not
Say this,
just one of the examples.
Say this, Steve, if you say this to me, the districts were unconstitutionally drafted in a way that favored black representation, and we are redressing that wrong because it disproportionately represents black people, then say it. But that's obviously race.
I mean, if that was the case,
hold on 2 seconds. It's like y'all back and forth. There's a really, really good example of exactly what Gary is talking about. It's the state of Louisiana. Louisiana constructed maps right after the Supreme Court decision, and they were struck down by a federal appellate court because they were drawn racially, which is now unconstitutional. The same maps, Louisiana is now currently suing again to get to be made their maps. So maybe it's not everybody, but it's certainly Louisiana, and Louisiana is certainly in the former Confederate South, and the states in the former Confederate South still hold those views. It's just not as many people. They're still there. Because Reconstruction was never finished, people still hold those views. So you do have to take into account that it's not just political. You can't just say it's all Machiavelli or Dr. Jordan, but you can't say it's all political and not take into account the cultural heritage and history of a place and noting that it still animates people. I mean, Robert Byrd was in the Senate until what, the 80s? Something like that. I guess my point here, Steve, is that there is an element to this. Argue that there's some political stuff to this because that's Texas, right? Because we didn't draw Hispanics. We drew out Jasmine Crockett's district because she was particularly caused some ire for the big three: Lieutenant Governor, Governor, and Speaker of the House. But it was more political than it was racial. Louisiana's was more racial than it was political. And so we got to recognize this.
Marshall, let me ask you this, a serious question, because I've lived in the deep South a little bit. Do you think at this time that there's enough of that undertone that you just talked about to wield the political power that would be necessary to achieve these things? I don't think there's enough of it present, Marshall. Sure, there's a little of it there, but the political system that you could get this type of movement, I don't believe it's there. Not based on my experience in the South.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is you mix people together, and so yes, there are going to be some people in that group that make decisions that do it ethically and do it the right way and represent the people, but there are also those members that hold on to the lost cause mythology that still hold racial animus, and they may not be in Congress, but they are community leaders. They are people who go back a long period. Right, I'm not saying that the South does not make great strides in Civil War. What I am saying is the South's genetic undertone from the start of the country is still there. It's not gone away.
Let me ask you this. So when the Supreme Court addressed what was going on in Harvard, and if Harvard corrected that admissions thing they done based on what the Supreme Court said in their decision, does that make the faculty at Harvard racist?
No, which is why I didn't use that as an example. It's why
I didn't use the term racist. I said based on race.
Yeah, but then
you use the term racist, which may very well apply. But to say that if you're taking was about districts defined based on race, and now you're changing it, obviously there is a racial component to it, because what else could it be? The Supreme Court acknowledges that those districts were drawn up based on race. Now they are redistricting, not based on race, but they're using that Supreme Court decision. I don't understand. Dows protest too much, I think, on this.
Am I hearing this correct? Drawing of the map
was the correct way that should have been done in your mind?
I didn't say that, but catch me, that's not what I just said. That's not the argument that I'm making, but I'd be happy to make that argument. But that's not what I'm discussing. What I'm saying is, obviously, the decision to redistrict based on the Supreme Court ruling, which was based on race, and I don't know why you're protesting. Why don't you embrace it? If you think if you think that those original districts were wrongly established based on race, then say it. Just say what you believe. Don't try to pardon the terminology. I'm going to use the terminology. Don't try to whitewash it by suggesting that it isn't based on race.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, if it was based on race originally and it was improper to have that based on race, and you're correct in that, I don't see any problem with it. And here's another thing. If you do that and you correct what was ruled by the Supreme Court to be improper, then you go to the motivation of why you're doing it. Now doesn't address that. It's all
I mean, I don't know why you portray. Nobody said that. But
well,
that's I don't think anybody suggested that.
That's not what I implied.
No, and Marshall talked about Reconstruction Farm. You want you to speak for yourself? No, I didn't.
The Voting Rights Act had purview over. There is a state, Louisiana, who drew maps after